the regular time. Now I think that the time for the speech is about a quarter, 15 minutes, and 5 minutes for the question and answer session. The first paper, I will present myself the paper. Wait a moment for the sharing of the screen. The screen. Share.
All right.
No, it's not.
That's how. Skip for now. Skip for now.
Skip for now. Okay. Okay.
No, don't activate.
No, don't activate. Okay, exit. Perfect.
And we are good to go.
Okay, animation. Slideshow from beginning. Okay. Okay, I will present myself.
You want to try it?
Oh.
We have this little problem because the projector doesn't seem to recognize it. So it can go like this.
Okay.
And we will make these ones. We can make these small so that we have more space for it.
Okay. Okay, I will present myself. I'm Michele Mastroianni from University of Salerno, and I will present you a paper. Title is Evaluating the Effectiveness of Privacy and Security Promotion Policies. I will go fast for time economy. What is the starting point of our research? The starting point is the so-called privacy paradox. What is the privacy paradox? In literature, is referred the privacy paradox as a concept. Online users state that they're concerned about privacy, but disclose personal data nonetheless. In other words, the users know that privacy are risky, that security is a problem, that security is a problem further and further important, but in the personal meanings do not make anything to better their personal security state. Okay, some authors identifies a series of theoretical explanation for the privacy paradox, such as decision basis or lack of experience. Many people uses now computer-based facilities without a real competence, such as elderly people also, or children, because now is important to use ICT, is mandatory to use ICT facilities to make also the simplest things, such as booking a ticket or similar. Or illusion of control. The person thinks to control a thing that not easy in his control. For seeing some data on the privacy paradox, look at the Eurobarometer survey. Eurobarometer is the dependence of European community, the European Union, and Eurobarometer is the statistic arm, the statistic wing of the European Union. Eurobarometer conducts, in name of the European Union, many surveys on various things of the day-to-day life of the European citizen, and conduct also surveys to check the awareness, experiences, and perception of European Union citizens on cybersecurity issues. If you look the figure, the graph, this survey shows that the number of citizens that thinks the risk is growing with the time increase with time. Years ago, a certain percentage of people thinks that the cybersecurity issues are growing, and after the number of persons that thinks that cybersecurity is growing grows itself. Many citizens, and the first four column of the graph shows the trend of the growth of the opinion of the people that thinks that cybersecurity issues grows with time. Another thing, the number of citizens that thinks they are well informed about risks, cybersecurity risk, is also growing. Is the second series of column. Person thinks that cybersecurity risks are growing. Person thinks that cybersecurity risks they are well informed about cybersecurity risks, and surprisingly, the last set of columns shows that the person that do not change password in 12 months is growing. The number of persons that not change the password is growing, while the same person thinks that cybersecurity risks are growing, and they are well informed. Which is the problem? And the problem you want to analyze is if you look at its references in references, which is the precise Eurobarometer surveys we look, and it's very interesting because it shows many other aspects of this privacy paradox and security paradox, I think. And people's organization and states proposed some countermeasures, also from scientific literature, soft paternalistic intervention given from stakeholders such as government agencies, positive impact from privacy regulation, or use of privacy enhancing technology is the last frontier of privacy, like privacy enhancing technology. Mixed data propertization schemas. Many economists think that if the data are monetized, people knows better to defend his property. If the data for you is valuable, money valuable, you are more careful to share this data. But there are many other proposals from scientific literature, stakeholders, states, and so. But the problem is, how is possible to predict the effectiveness of the various policies? Which is the policies more effective on the users? And this is our work. Our work is to evaluate and test a methodology to be used to assess the effectiveness of various policies. We aim to identify a methodology that helps us to assess the effectiveness of our policies. We have chosen a methodology that is based on probabilistic Bayesian influence networks. The statistic from the statistic discipline, and the parameterization of the model have been estimated by a group of experts, by a panel of experts. The base methodology of Bayesian influence network framing the problem and identification of objectives, identification of primary and secondary objectives, identification of intermediate influencing objectives, identification of actionable levers to be used to influence the people, and to make that the people become more careful about the data. Identification of the influence links. The influence links is which lever have influence on which objective. Definition of the probability with which each of them may independently verify or evolve. Weight assignment, because it's weight-based. Evaluation of the effect on the levers application, and so revision of the model usually. We take into consideration three levers taken from the panel of experts and also from the many proposals of the literature. We take in this, I I forgot to say that this is a research in the beginning stage. It's the first paper in this line, and we are exploring about this methodology. The level taken into consideration, we take into consideration is improvement of reaction capacity, declined in implementation of better technical and organizative procedures for immediate reaction to violation. Another level is involvement of field experts to improve both the methodological and design-related knowledge and understanding of ex-ante contracts for private and security-related problems. Also, we take into consideration the involvement of the industry, activation and orientation of targeted industrial contribution to the production of better solution in the ICT field, stimulated by public fund or proper regulation. And the primary goals of those policies are three. The goals is the final result of the simulation. And the first goal is a more conscious behavior of the user, we hope, an increase in efficiency and effectiveness of law enforcement agencies. Primary target is a more conscious behavior of the users, and secondary targets are increase in efficiency of law enforcement agencies and increase in effectiveness of law enforcement agencies. Okay, we use a tool called PITIA. I think I'm not well pronounced in Greek, PITIA, because I'm not Greek. But this is the network, the basic network. On the left of this network, you see in dark blue, in the first column of object, there are the levers, which is the levers we use. In the far right part of the screen, in the last column, we see the effects on the objective. And on the arcs connecting, there are the probabilities, the base probabilities, evaluated from field experts. In the middle, there are a series of intermediate objectives or consequences. If you see the first, the higher line is improvement in reaction capacity. We think that the reaction capacity may influence more publicity to success cases. If the reaction capacity is higher, is possible to publicize more widely these cases. And we think that the influence is 66%, the probability of influence. Okay, when is applied the lever improvement of reaction capacity, we have at 66% of probability, or 0.66, more publicity of success cases. And following on the right, there growth of information, more information to the user, that is influenced by this lever and also by another lever, involvement of field expert. Okay, is in this way that we read the schema. That is also to be noted, but the influence may be not only positive, that is the blue lines, the blue arrows, but also negatives, that are the red lines. In particular, if you go the involvement of industry, if you think that one of the line of involvement of industry is development of institutional plugins, institutional plugins for reporting, for automatic reporting of issues of security issues or threats or breaks or breaches, have positive influence on the conscious behavior, we think, but have negative influence on the efficiency of law enforcement agencies, because of the growth of false positive. If I use an automatic tool to signal the police a threat, we think we have many false positive. And so the network we created have a positive influence and a negative influence on the determined subject. Let's go to the results. Okay. A good increase of the objective more conscious behavior We think with this level from 0.2 estimated to 0.66, this is probability. And more cautious behavior have a probability of 0.66, while the probability of more conscious behavior without any policy is 0.2. A substantial increase of the objective increases the effectiveness of the contrast system, and a slight increase of the objective increases the efficiency of law enforcement agencies. Okay? Because the effectiveness is increased because of more signaling, more information, automatic tools from the users. On the other side, the law enforcement agencies have more work to do. And at the end of this work, we make a sensitivity analysis to determine which variable is sensible to the to variabilities, probabilistic sensitivity analysis, ordinary probabilistic sensitivity analysis. Improvement of the reaction capacity have very low sensitivity with respect to the primary target. The primary target is not sensitive to the improvement of reaction capacity. Also, the oscillation due to involvement of expert, involvement of industry, is wider than the sensitivity to the improvement of reaction capacity. The two involvement of expert and involvement of industry are more strong than the other level. The effectiveness and efficiency of the contrast system appear to be mainly sensitive to industry contribution, respectively. Okay, I don't want to tell the number. This might justify public funding targeted to simulate industries. What say us the analysis? This is the first tentative, the first triangle analysis. It says that that appears the more effective policy is the industry contribution, which means that is possible to use two kind of levers with firms. One lever is funding, other lever is laws to influence, and this influence may have the most effective effect on the primary and secondary targets we pose. Okay, as promised, the economics time. Thanks for your attention. Okay. There are questions? No questions. I don't question to myself for obvious meaning. Okay. The next presentation is by Biagio Boy, and is a decentralized smart city using solid and self-sovereign identity. Okay, Biagio, you have a quote.
I have to open before. I will share the screen. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I can skip. Yes. Okay.
One more X here.
Okay. Thank you. So, good morning. Thank you, first of all, to Professor Mastroianni to organize this workshop related to the privacy on IoT and cloud and edge devices, and thanks to the organizer for this conference. My work is related to the decentralization. More in particular, I will discuss about the decentralized smart city using two prominent solutions that are the solid ecosystem that I will explain later, and the self-sovereign identity, which is an approach based on a user-centric approach for the identity management. My presentation will be divided into introduction, then I discuss the problem and motivation that take me to do this research, Then I discuss about Solid, which is a new prominent solution. Then the objective of my research, and then the solution and conclusion. So first of all, as we know, smart cities are growing in almost all the world, and with them also the data produced by the IoT devices that populated these cities. The IoT devices, so usually due to their limited capabilities, tends to transmit data to centralized servers and for the computation and for the preprocessing tasks. The machine learning approaches can be run on this data to facilitate and to perform some tasks able to reduce cost and increase the efficiency of the services. And to regulate all this data and conservation of this data, GDPR is defining the rules to be followed in order to manage the data and make possible that this data doesn't leave the European Union. So also, if this seems to be almost a good level of privacy, we believe that this approach has some drawback. In fact, despite GDPR is defining the rules, some centralized server can use this data to track the people or to apply some machine learning models and then resell these models to the companies. The decentralization is clearly enhancing the user privacy by moving away the data from this centralized server. Moreover, the centralized server are also subject to the attacks. For example, an attack can happen on a centralized server, while on a decentralized approach, it's more difficult to be effectiveness. So that the decentralization is paving the way for the concept of user-centric data management. When we talk about decentralization, blockchain seems to be the only alternative, but it's not true. There are other decentralization approach that could be used. In particular, we know that blockchain distributes the data among a very huge number of nodes, and this is going to contrast with what GDPR says. So for this reason, we take into consideration this new project. Solid means social linked data, and it's been proposed by the inventor of internet, Tim Berners-Lee. And for him, this Solid project is the new Web3 that almost of us have heard about. And in his opinion, the new internet must guarantee users to be responsible for their own data. This means that users will store the data produced on the application in their own server, in their own self-hosted server. This means that if I join the network, I can push the data that I produced on an application, on a website, inside my server or a provider that I trust. The WebID this is the main This is the main approach, where there is the user pod, which is this storage of personal data that is decentralized and is accessible only by the users and the authorized application. And then we have an approach based on identity profiler server and an approach based on the WebID. The WebID is the only identifier of this ecosystem that is similar to a username, we can say, but it's more a decentralized identifier. This means that anyone can get this decentralized identifier and can be resolved by anyone else. The WebID is connected to a profile documents. The profile documents contains information according to the resource data format representation, to guarantee an easy interoperability among all the services. Moreover, despite Solid seems to be a good resolution for the IoT problem, where we say that we have a lot of data, Solid leverages on IP protocol, on a RESTful approach. The RESTful approach, we know that works with get, post, put, and all these requests that define the structure of the request and the responses. Despite this is a beautiful thing, we can say, in the IoT world, there are a lot of non-IP protocols, such as Bluetooth or other protocols that miss this structure. And this is caused majorly for the resource-constrained devices. Moreover, and we want to apply Solid also for these devices. Moreover, the Solid authentication is not fully decentralized, since it leverages on the OEDC that we know that is decentralized from the point of view that there is an authentication server, but this is still centralized on this authentication server, and this is not good for a fully decentralized environment. So our work will analyze Solid, and we'll try to discover if Solid can be applied to the IoT context, in particular to the smart cities one, and moreover, we will see if the Solid solution can be fully decentralized by proposing an approach based on self-serving identity. So our approach is depicted in this figure, where we have the IoT devices that communicates with an IoT gateway. Such communication will be customized for each device. So we can have Bluetooth, we can have Zigbee, XBee, and so on. So that the IoT gateway will be responsible for the communication with a solid ecosystem. This why? Because, as we said, the IoT devices does not have capabilities to implement the IP protocol, but IoT gateway usually have. So that the responsibility for putting the data on the user's pod is demanded to the IoT gateway, and the access to the solid pod by the user will be performed by using the Hyperlegend Alias, that is an implementation of the self-serving identity concept. So here I have a little bit tutorial on how this should work. I will be really fast. So in order to enhance the privacy, Solid offers, as we said, an access control list. Basically, an access control list defines who can access to with which responsibilities. In our case, we authorize our domain to write and append content to a user pod. For example, I can define multiple domains with different responsibility in order to give access only to authorized parties. Once we have authorized our domain, that is the domain that produces the data coming from the smart city context, the data that comes from the sensors are parsed in according to RDF language. In particular, we are more familiar with the left side of this picture. We know that this is a JSON representation of data. While on the right side, we have an RDF format familiar, that is this is starter representation, that is commonly used in Solid. This format also enhances the interoperability, because we can apply some machine learning and some other algorithm fully automated, because this schema, despite it's less readable for us, for machine is better. So once we get this data, the IoT gateway will be responsible for pushing this data in the correct IoT, in the correct pod user's pod, and this can be performed by using an associative table that is typically, in our opinion, should be stored in the IoT gateway, that associates the metadata produced from the IoT sensors to the web ID. The web ID is the identifier of the user, and the vehicle ID in this case is the identifier of the metadata. As we said, there is a vehicle ID in the data red, and then we can push the data red in the opposite, in the right user pod. So we discussed on how IoT devices push the data in the pod. But on the right side, so on the user authentication, we proposed another approach that is based on self-sovereign identity. And basically, self-sovereign identity is solving the problem of password. We do not use any more password, but we have an approach based on the verifiable credential. Verifiable credential is a text or is a data that can be always verifiable by using a verifiable data registry or using some cryptographical primitives. The web ID can be used as a verifiable attribute so that the users can log into their pod using this. And moreover, the SSI, so the self-sovereign identity, can be implemented using the blockchain, which has verifiable data registry, and a web extension can be used to apply this architecture to the web application. So finally, the self-sovereign identity approach for the authentication can be easily implemented in Solid ecosystem by leveraging on the JavaScript implementation of SSI offered by Aries. And we can imagine a platform where the registration corresponds to the issuing phase of the credential, that is the step 1. And then we have the authentication step that is correspond to the verification, so that whenever the user wants to access to their data, will show to the server the verifiable attribute, and then the server can authorize the user. So in conclusion, this has been just a proof of concept of this decentralized smart city that is based on Solid and the linked data platform. And we introduced how it's possible to make also non-IP devices compatible with IP protocols by using an IoT gateway. And more important, further improvement can be done on the direct support of IoT devices for the Web of Things. We know that Web of Things has been introduced for guaranteeing a more interoperable IoT context. But the point is that also in this case, there is no support for non-IP protocols. By solving this trade-off, by introducing also non-IP protocol in this context, can be a revolution and can enhance the overall privacy of the users. Finally, an open challenge in Solid still remains, because we solved the problem of authentication by introducing the self-sovereign identity. But the access to the data is not fully decentralized, because each server must be implemented to support the verifiable credential that is not already been done. And thank you for your attention.
Okay.
What would be the incentive for the user to implement that their home? I was thinking of the alien systems, they give token to people using this, but you didn't speak about incentives. So I was just thinking, why would people implement such thing?
Why do people?
And send the data, the IoT device, in an industrialized way. You need a lot of people contributing to that system. So why would the people contribute to that? Or would you motivate the people to participate to that?
Okay, so this is the architecture. So the people do not produce direct data. The data are produced by IoT devices autonomously, so that users do not need an authentication token or something like this to add the data. The only thing that can be improved in this system is the authentication of devices that is not being taken into consideration for this work, that also in this case can be implemented using the self-sovereign identity, where the identity of the device can be treated as the attribute considered for the web ID.
Sure, but you need the network of people that will implement the gateway somewhere.
No, the gateway is implemented by IoT devices. This gateway is an IoT gateway. It's not made of people. It's made.
Yeah, but how many gateways do you need for that to work?
the same that are needed nowadays for the working of IoT devices. Because in a city, I have tons of light that are commanded from an IoT gateway. The same IoT gateway can be used for this. The problem is that each IoT gateway should have track of the association between the web ID and the metadata. This is a good point that should be resolved, but we think that this can be performed with a decentralized approach or a centralized one, where in this case the only data that should be really secured is the connection between the web ID and the metadata.
I was thinking about that because are you familiar with Helium blockchain?
Heli?
Helium.
Helium.
No.
It's a blockchain.
Because that's a network of gateway, and I have one gateway at my home, and the network of connected gateway, basically a bit similar to what you are proposing, except that I think it's IP related, so there is a problem with confidentiality.
Mm-hmm.
But by implementing a gateway at my home, I have one box. I mine the token. I have incentive to implement the gateway. So,
Okay. I will. We will have a talk later because it's interesting. Yes. Yeah. Seems to be really interesting also for my work. So thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Oh. I have one.
Okay.
Sorry. Slide reader.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. You say that there is a local table, a associative table, but this associative table may have, I think, if I understood the system, may have performance issues when the numbers grows such in a city. The smart city, if you look at Athens and the number of persons on the road, the mass information, how do you afford this? You are thinking to afford is a fit of work, which is.
Yeah, the point is that we have proposed a proof of concept of this architecture. We didn't test properly if the chosen made for the architecture works efficiently. This is a future work that we will cover, also because this is the most critical point of this system for sure. Also from both perspectives, both for security and also for the performance of the network. I think that this will be implemented using a decentralized approach, and where also the graph are doing a lot of work.
I think that the specialized hardware.
On the hardware,
I have not found this problem.
no, because the point is that you have to clone this table on all the gateway. Because I can pass from this point of city from the others, and the others should know this table. But the important point is that this table do not ever leave the local view. Because if we go on global with this table, we have problem with the GDPR and so on. We can imagine a distributed approach based on a permissioned blockchain where the nodes are internal to the city, and it's more effective and secure approach. But we have to experiment and see.
How long must an entry in this table last? You only write and then it's never deleted, or it has its expiration time?
Yeah, this is another good question and reasoning. We may think to have an expiration date after that the user must renew the association, or we may have a certificate-based approach where a certificate is TLS and the other public infrastructure can be applied, and so the users can revoke by itself the certificate. But yes, I think that revocation still need to be taken into consideration. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe one of the virtual speakers is already in the room. Okay. And let's see.
Okay.
They should be able to hear us. Could you turn your microphone on so that we can hear you? Hello?
Hello.
Perfect. See if you can share your screen with us.
Yes.
Okay. We
Just-
present.
Let's see. Can you find the share screen option anywhere? So that we can see what is on. Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Can you see my last
Okay. Good morning, and the session chair, Miguel Mastroianni, and I will present Trago team. I hope I pronounced well your name. The paper is FPGA-enabled efficient framework for high performance intrusion prevention. You have 50 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for question and answer. You can begin.
Okay. Thank you for introductions. So my name is Trần Ngọc Thịnh. Yeah. Yes. I'm from Ho Chi Minh City University of Technology. So this is our works about FPGA enabled efficient framework for high performance intrusion prevention system. This is the outline of my presentations. The first, I just introduced about the security in the that's the network intrusion detection or prevention system, and in hardware. So we introduced about the frameworks to implement in the FPGAs based for the NIDS and IPS here. And also we have the data sets for training and testing for our system. We implement our system in of course on FPGAs. The experimental results, so we will present some prototype of our system here. And the last, that's our conclusion with some future works. So the first motivations of our works. So as in the reports of statistics, so the number of internet devices, the number of internet connected devices is up to 75 billion devices by 2025. And one of example, that's the number of attacks per day at Microsoft, up to 1,435 attacks per day. So that's the requirement. We need a power detection or prevention system. That is the essential demand. So our contributions, that we propose an efficient FPGA-based framework for both signature-based and anomaly-based intrusion prevention system. And our prototype system, it can implement in two kinds of FPGA platform, that Net FPGA 10 gig and Net FPGA Sume. We already implement the 3 signature-based models and 6 AI model on net FPGA. So for the background of NIDS and IPS, so we have two kind of NIDS and IPS that signature based or abnormally based. So with the signature based, so that we use the previous knowledge. We just use some signature. That's the signature to detect, to prevent threats, and the advantage of this approach that we can get the highest accuracies to detect. However, we need to know the signature, of course, and we have to have an overhead in the data storage. For abnormally based, this is now more popular for the NIDS and IPS, that we use the reference point for identifying routing to abnormally behaviors. And normally the researchers using the machines deep learning, machine learning or deep learning approach. And the advantage of the abnormally based that we can have a quick enough to new attacks. And however, it have the weakness that we will have the higher false positive rate, or higher false rate, including with false or negative or positive. And to test with our system, we use the three kinds of data sets. That's the NF, NSL KDD, and UNSW NB15. The last one, that's the CIC IDS 2017. So this is the proposed frameworks. So with our frameworks, so we separate into three parts. We have three parts, three layers, three different layers. The first layer, that's the application and administration layer. The second, that's the communication layer, and the last one, that also the most contribution, that the FPGA based NIPS. So with the first layer, application and administrator, that's in the software level. So the main purpose of this layer, so we deploy on a software at the software level with the CPU or GPU to manage the entire system. The system, the layer contain two parts. That's the one part, that's the visualization reports, and the second part, that is the computing core here. And with the communication layer, we use the multiple kinds of for the communication layer, such as for something we use the PCI Express router or switch, with the bus, bus bar, or even with the network on chip for something for the communication between the software and hardware here. With our central part of our contribution, that the FPGA based NIPS layer. In here, we host processing cost in here, including for the abnormally based processing and signature based processing here, two parts here. So both the parts here, we receive the package. On the outside, and then we extract it for a signature based, that structure in here, and we store the package in buffer bucket file here. And we use the pipeline state like this to process for a signature based processing. In here we use three kinds of signature based processing here. Actually, that's the had the classification in here, and the second part also the main part here, that's the abnormally based processing. We use the parsers to extract the features here, and we also store in the buffer for some data points. That's the input for the neural network layer here. And normally we use here in CNN, convolutions neural network here. And then the divisions, the decisions for the abnormal, normal. So we use output Q to make the decision here. For more detail, for the signature base, we use the three kinds of filtering here. The first, that's the hop count filtering. The second, that's the ingress and egress filtering. Egress filtering. And the last, that since the floating, since defender. Actually, it's the three kinds of implement more detail here will be done in the previous papers. For the abnormally based, we use the neural network here. That's the change of multiplication and addition to calculate a neural operation here. Calculate neural operations here. And then after that, we can implement depend on the kinds we implement. That it can be CNN or even with the one more model, that's auto encoder. For the experiment result, so the first we set up the system. Look at this with the two kinds of hardware. Because why we use two kinds? Because we only have one net FPGA Sumer, that's the up to that. But we have many own one net FPGA 10 gig here. With net FPGA 10 gig, we use in here, that's the Silent Vertex 5. With net FPGA Sumer, that's the Silent Vertex 7. It's newer. And we deploy for the signature based model in net 10 gigs and small size neural network on 10 gigs. With the Sumer, so we use the largest neural network and auto encoder in here. And we deploy with the data sets for
you have 4 minutes left.
Yes,
you have 4 minutes for presentation left. Okay.
Yes. And we use the NB15 and IDS 2017 dataset in the second one. This is our results when we implement in Vibado Xilinx. So the resource here with the net FPGA, we implement with the one signature model and three abnormal model here. With the net FPGA Sumer, so we implement autoencoder and another one bigger. And can you see here the power for all of them is almost the same here, but with the frequencies, with the old one we just less than 100 megahertz, but with the newer one is over 200 megahertz. So the throughput, we compare the throughput for signature base. It can for three approach: hop count, watch ingress, and scene defender. So it takes around up to almost 39.48, almost 40 gigabit per second. For many kind of packet size, from small one 64 baht to 1,500 baht here. For abnormally based, so this is we have the 6 models here, 3 in the small one and 3 in the bigger one. And the throughput also very good, and up to 34.74 gigabit per second. About the accuracy results, so our system can get the accuracies up to 99.4 VA percent, and also we compare for the 4 negative rays and 4 positive rays in here. So in conclusion, we really propose a high performance intrusion prevention system framework with the FPGA technologies for 2 kind of approach, that are signatures based and abnormally based. So we already testing with the 2 FPGA platform, that Net FPGA 10 gig and Net FPGA Sume, with the 3 signature based approach and 6 AI model, and the throughput up to 39.48 gigabit per second for signature based and 38.6 gigabit per second for abnormally based. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are some questions? One question? I have one. Okay. I am not an expert of FPGA technologies, but I am asking myself, your system, the framework you think you experimented, is tailored for high performance architectures, or is thinking for massive low cost device?
This is the actually that's not a low cost, that's a high performance computing, high performance system, because they are with the not the low cost, because with the price of Net FPGA Sume around in the industry is over 10,000
Okay.
US dollar. Yes.
Okay, understood. Questions? No? Thank you very
Thank
much.
you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Wonderful. Are any of the following people in the chat right now? Arcangelo Castiglione, Angelo Passaro, Francesco Palmieri, Raffaele Pizzolante, Rocco Giacagnino, Samantha Lavecchia. Don't think any of them are in.
Okay. Stop here the workshop. Okay, the technical problem, I think, to the connection of to the papers. The PCIoT workshop stops now. Not stops now, but there are other 2 papers in room 1, room A, after the conference. Good morning to you. See you later.
So we use this here button to determine what we wish to share.
Okay, just finish it.
So, like, say here, what is your PD's name? Is that yours?
Yes. So it is sharing at the moment.
So we will determine it. We'll ask it. No, this is for the break time announcements. Share comments.
It's impossible for me.
Here we go. And when you're done, we'll tell it to stop sharing.
Okay. Okay.
Notice I also have the camera turned on, I believe. So, let me see. No, the camera is off. That says we're about to start, so that the people can see. Take a peek. Okay.
Now it's fine.
All right. They will be the last, of course. So, just tell you, here, it was here. And now we can start.
I think
Yeah.
Good morning. Ragazzi, oggi ho seminato e questa Stefano, Maria Rosaria, Stefano Milano, both from Polytechnic University of Bari. We are researchers in social planning and income planning in particular, looking at it from different perspectives, going from policies to risk management strategies to architectural aspect and knowledge management, and also we are focused on navigational programs and GIS application. And to do it, we use a lot of methods and tools in order to increase the resilience of cities and make them more sustainable.
Now Julia is going to present us a work that starts from the point of view that as the occurrence of stream flood events and consequent damage in cities increases, it is now becoming essential for city planning to take into account mitigation strategies. So these are research designed from the social components contributing to defining definition of risk, such as perception and knowledge. And this new approach to medicine planning allows witness and abilities to arise and not show up through analysis based on traditional tools and methods. So the floor to Julia. And yes.
Oh, that's because it's here.
Okay.
What you were seeing is the
Yeah.
screen where
Okay. My presentation is called Mapping Cities and Knowledge and Perception. What support for flood risk planning? Some tips from Brindisi case study. Oops. Okay. Currently, we know that all over the world, flood risk management strategies are a matter of vital importance. Of course, in urban planning, we know that there is a need to define adequate non-structural measures, but at the same time to take into account some other aspects like citizen knowledge and perception of risk during the decision-making process. Although we are aware about it, we know that attempts to map this kind of information are still far from a complete formalization. Okay, in in this study, we have tried to introduce an integrated approach that is able to manage historical events and also the perception of people that we try to elicit using a survey, online survey, in order to create a multi-level maps. Each layer of this map actually highlight a particular aspect of the risks, and then when we overlap it, we can see all the interactions. This is because we try to improve the planning strategies during emergencies, and the aims are providing maps containing qualitative elements, of course implemented together with physical elements, and designing optimal maps that are particularly useful during the preventive phase, but to implement mitigation and preventive measures, but also during the emergency. And of course, we know that it is not easy because we talk about qualitative aspects that are not easy to implement with the traditional tools and methodologies. We all know that the global flood exposure is bound to increase rapidly because of a lot of reasons, like for instance climate change, and we know that it is impossible to actually we need to put together structural and traditional aspects in managing this kind of problems, and also not structural measure, and to consider new actions aimed at a rational and sustainable urban planning, more effective emergency management strategies, the adoption of preventive behavior to mitigate flood risk from a socio-psychological perspective. In this context, for sure, we are aware that local communities give an important contribute that is useful because it helps to build an in-depth knowledge, because we can consider them like local experts in terms of the fact that they are able to know the place from the inside, which means that their contribute is essential because of their life experience accumulated there, or because they know they have experience that passed down by previous generations, for instance. Plus it brings to light weaknesses and vulnerabilities that we cannot elicit using the traditional instruments. Okay, now perception for sure influence risk reduction behavior, but how? We know that there are a lot of factors that influence the choice of individuals, of people, and that they are related with related to some different factors like previous direct, indirect experiences of flooding, level of education, for instance, socioeconomic status, frequency and severity of catastrophic event, which means that the reduction of social vulnerability is now a key factor, because not only the behavior of citizens affect, for instance, the influence or affect the recovery time, but also the attitudes of companies and government agencies. So all this information are in emergency plans that actually needs to be considered as a product of a multidisciplinary and multi-actor process that have to be coordinated and cooperative, and also have to target specific sectors such as education, health, and a lot of them. And there is another difficulty we have during planning, during emergency situation, which comes from the fact that there is an overlapping of different levels, because let's imagine just talking about the rescue operation. The first rescue operation starts at the local level, but then they go to regional and up to national and international emergencies. So the challenge in this attempt to bring together quantitative assessment, and we are able to estimate them with the traditional methodologies adopted, used by the traditional engineering, but also the individual risk perception that are difficult to implement because the difficulties are in the topic, are structurally in the topic. So this multiplicity and complexity of elements, of course, requires the use of sophisticated tools that are able to collect and to process and to analyze this different information. A good support can come from information systems that actually is used to manage spatial information. But now we need to consider also this different type of aspect like functional, social, and the economics one. Plus, we have to take into account the fact that during an emergency situation, there are a lot of interactions between groups and also people. And maps should allow this kind of representation and should be read easily at the first glance. So they have to provide this kind of information and they have to be easily to read. Because during emergency situation, the speed is a crucial factor, not only in terms of movement of people, but also services and assets. Somehow, GIS systems can provide this kind of support, always thinking that human behavior, risk perception, represent an extremely and intrinsically complex topic to understand and to quantitatively integrate into maps. Of course, maps have a lot of they provide a lot of information, can be geographic, can facilitate preventive evacuation processes, are useful during the preliminary investigations, and can indicate possible escape routes, allowing for the rapid spatial movement of people, goods, and services. So they have to be an integral part of the emergency plans. Another delicate aspect is the fact that maps are addressed to different kind of people. So it means that we have to select previously the kind of information we want to provide. So, and we also have to consider the fact that people that are reading map comes from different backgrounds in terms of cultural, educational, socio-economic factors. And we have also to consider, for instance, their behaviors adopted by users, their habits, daily routines, the local traditions, and the way they move in the space they know. But this means to adopt a cognitive and social approach that is not easy, again, to implement. But GIS, at least we try to do it using GIS tools in order to favor a development of flexible plans. And also because it is recognized that the time to interpret a GIS map is shorter, and people make better decisions after that, and more accurate decisions. So thinking about all these things, we try to spatialize local knowledge and risk perceptions, which means to spatialize data relating to social sphere, together with the existing physical information on the territory that derive from geographic information system. We carried out a study in Brindisi, which is a municipality on the Adriatic coast of Puglia, and it is characterized by a particular hydraulic situation, because there are several streams actually, like Canale Cillarese, Canale Patri, that strongly interact with the urban fabric, Fiume Piccolo and Fiume Grande. You can see here the map with the streams. Here we have some pictures that are related to the last to the flood events during the last decades. So as you can see, the situation is quite delicate. Here there is the flood hazard map for an event with a return period of 30 years. So as we can see, the presence of these streams and the hydrological characteristics and dense urban network probably caused several flooding events during the year. Anyway, our methodology is based on 3 steps. The first one is the collection of historical data event, then the analysis of floodable roads according with citizen local knowledge, and then the analysis of district perceived at risk, again according to citizen flood risk perception. And the results, of course, we put all the results in this multi-layered map. This is the first map that we could create, coming from the collection of flood events from database available, and starting from 1951 to 1999, and we could identify 64 events. Then we try to extend our investigation using online newspaper. And on average, we can say that we have 2 flood events per year. We could get this kind of information administering online interviews that actually reached 300 citizens, more or less. And we asked them to tell something about the way they perceive risks using an open-ended question. And here we have the road perceived at risk. And this information, the geolocalization of this information give rise to the layer 2. The layer 3 is related to the district perceived at risk. To create this layer, we used an online semi-structured interview that took into account 5 items, which were cognitive, awareness, knowledge, risk communication, and trust. And we used a Likert scale from 1 to 7. Then we assessed the flood risk perception using a man-Whitney test. So we used basically statistical methods. Here we have the overlap of the 3 layers. So it means the final map. And as I've said, this study is based on statistical methods, and we try to structure citizens' knowledge and perception of flood risk. So observing the final map that we have just seen, we can say that the census events are not localized only in the high hazard area. And this is interesting because probably this conclusion can push decision makers to focus on different problems related, for instance, to underdimensioning or mismanagement of urban drainage system. This is one of the most important conclusions. Then, the geolocalized flood risk roads, according to citizen knowledge, confirm the results emerging from data recording regarding historical flood events, which means that the citizen knowledge coincides with the historical occurrence of the event, but our investigation stops on 1999. So it means probably that there has been a memory transmission of the effects caused by the flood events, or probably in south of Italy that roads are still being damaged by heavy rainfall. If we look at layer 2, we can say that there are roads at flood risk far from high hazard areas, although it is true also the contrary. Maybe this is due to the fact that our historical analysis has not been carried out to date due to the lack of data, but this result should invite decision makers to investigate the nature of flooding in these areas and to reflect and make more in-depth assessment probably we need. Then, observing the geolocalized flood risk district in accordance to citizen perception, the highest perception is detected in Perino, Centro, and Commenda districts. And we actually expected the first two districts perceived as a risk, but we were surprised because actually they are crossed by Canale Patri, whose floods have had significant effects on the ground over time. But we were surprised because we didn't expect Commenda district to be perceived as a risk. So we should deepen this kind of investigations. So then we can say from the point of view of emergency planning and related correlation and human strategies, we could get some interesting suggestions. And probably we need to investigate better on streets perceived to be a risk, because we need to implement mitigation and prevention strategies. And these strategies are intended not only limited to structural measures, but involving also awareness-raising activities and increasing citizens' information, which we call them soft measures. So, in summary, we can say that thinking about risk planning, we have to consider a lot of factors that traditionally we neglected, like local perception, traditions, the safety of vulnerable people, their social reaction, and also we should involve local community because they have probably some kind of knowledge that we don't know. And of course, it means that it is necessary to overcome the physical dimension of the disaster and ensure a greater integration between specialist knowledge and local knowledge, because it helps us to construct a general knowledge framework. And in this way, we can share solution with local community and improve their sense of responsibility. So the present studies, actually we tried in this study to construct the multi-layer maps based on qualitative elements. And the formalization actually was a little bit difficult because perception of risk is a very complex and uncertain. Plus, there is another challenge, the fact that during the emergency, the risk scenarios change constantly. So it means that maps and planned measures should be flexible and adaptable in order to deal with unforeseen impacts. Of course, there are some limitations. For instance, we had difficulties in implementing this kind of information in GIS systems. Plus, we needed to administer this survey to a lot of people, but obviously we couldn't reach all the population. So there are some aspects that need to be that we still have to study. For instance, the perception of the risk detected in an industrial area is equal to 0, which is not true actually, but probably it depends on the fact that we couldn't administer this survey to that area. And that's it. Thank you for your attention.
I wanted to ask you if do you plan to systematize this kind of technique, and how would you go into this?
Actually, yes. Actually, as I have just said, we had some difficulties to reach all the population, and so we missed this kind of information. Plus, we had another kind of problem that was related to the fact that the survey has been administered during the COVID pandemic. So some people, especially elderly people, actually didn't take part into this kind of survey. So we are trying now to reach exactly these people and to extend our results to all the layer of population. Okay.
We can go to the next presentation.
Oh, I don't remember who is the next.
Thank you.
And so that the good people at home will see you.
There are people at home.
We have the
Oh,
online.
yes, we have.
So let me use window, and this is what they will see.
Great. I can do that.
Best not, because we have the issue.
Okay,
of
sorry.
So we'll just do that.
Okay, and go.
Now we are seeing
sorry.
here, and that is. We also go with hide, so that you don't
With
have to
hide?
see this hide. Just hide, so
Okay,
that you
so
don't
I
have to
just do that. Okay.
Okay, so various paper thesis problem complex that cities have to deal with nowadays, and it investigates the possibility of the multi-agent system approach to overcome the limits associated with the purely technical project applications. Potential the limitation of this approach for analysis come here with the analysis of case example and the evaluation of the advantages of these applications.
Thank you. Thank you for this introduction. Hi, everyone. I'm Dario Esposito, and I will present a brief research, which is a preliminary research about literature review of the use of math application in urban governance spatial planning made with one of my thesis. First of all, some general introduction about what as urban planning try to manage nowadays. Increasing demands for improved quality of life, urgent need to be addressed. This revealed a growing inadequacy of the discipline. For instance, we reveal a gap between values, competencies, and actual possibility to make an impact in the environmental and social level. These several limitations are due to characteristic of the established methods. They are usually based on linear, static, and deterministic model for decision support. These are then implemented through a series of hierarchical plan, sequential, and controllable intervention, and basically these are not suitable for studying and managing complex and dynamic systems. They often so produce unexpected, unintended consequences, which create problems more challenging than the issue they were intended to address. So it is important to understand our object of study, the complex and dynamic nature of cities, but we need also a tool that adopts a flexible, adaptive, interactive approach to embrace discontinuity, diversity, the unexpected, and can be adaptable to this changing environment. Indeed, cities are socio-technical ecosystem, and to ensure the sustainability, foster societal innovation, promoting community disaster resilience, and working on circular economy, we need to rely on a comprehensive understanding and representation of decision and interaction among agents. This means comprehending the interplay among cities, communities, knowledge, and put this in line with the principle of the discipline, which are democracy, justice, equity. I've put here some key characteristics of cities as complex socio-technical ecosystem, but more than that, there are some key implications for us, for our discipline, that are, the point is that the system is defined by the quantity, the nature, pattern, and properties of connection, rather than the properties of each kind of agent. And also the density and structure of the network of relation and interaction between agents influence the organization of the entire system. So for us, it's essential to adopt a paradigm capable of capturing the flow of interaction among multiple cognitive agents that generate data, information, and share knowledge. This is the case that the multi-agent system could be suitable for that. MAS is a system of multiple agents that interact with it within a shared environment, computational one, and have the ability to modify themselves and the environment. Each one is represented by an autonomous decision-making entity. And this technique, this approach, is used to understand how emergent behavior of complex systems are related to the characteristics and the decision, behavior, and relation of individual components, and vice versa. Indeed, MAS find wide application in various fields, from transportation, land use, environmental management, and social simulation, but unfortunately, they are often confined to this pure technical operational perspective, neglecting the exploration of a broader theoretical implication for urban science and spatial governance. And as a result, the innovative potential of this approach is seldom fully understood. What are our value proposition that drive our exploratory work is that conducting this comparative analysis of pertinent case study, advantages and limitations of this approach can be assessed, but this assessment goes beyond the specific purposes and takes into account their paradigmatic dimension as well as the cross-cutting and dynamic qualities. The goal is to gain a comprehensive conceptualization, understanding, and decision-making capability of multi-agent system in the enterprise environment. So to try to tackle this issue, we conducted a comprehensive study of various relevant cases available in the literature and bring from the authors, and in the context of spatial planning and urban governance. And we developed a comparative assessment of the most significant features. This table provides detail regarding the selected case studies, including the classification of space type, agent capabilities, and the evaluation of the environmental role. Of course, we need to develop further some kind of analysis on that. And we also represent in table 2 the specific problem addressed by each analyzed case, highlighting the advantages of using the multi-agent system in these different kind of scenarios, and also identify some limits encountered during the application. And finally, we try to represent in a comprehensive figure the spatial, temporal, and quantitative dimension associated with the various types of application which we examined. Drawing from that, what are the dimensions by which multi-agent system can improve urban science? Well, first of all, the multi-agent system compels us to consider when and for how long. This means viewing the spatial governance decision as part of an ongoing process of territorialization, which is dynamic, which is open-ended in spatial and temporal terms. But also MAS
allow us to integrate different temporal and spatial scales representing multi-level effect through nested system. And this is crucial for comprehending the complexities across through these different scales. But also, this approach facilitates the consideration of the who, which can change over time. Indeed, agents within the system are not static, but they are dynamic. And this understanding enables the identification of adaptive solution that leverages the inherent propensity of agents instead of imposing from the top down some rule on law or law. And also it must allow to capture the combined cumulative effect resulting from multiple decisions. Finally, there is another important aspect that we found is that must really cover a broad spectrum. They allow us to abstract from the measurable spatial instance dimension and instead analyzing the complex system made by the network of agents and their relationship. So this perspective enable us to understand how the system function based on the network structure and the relative position of each agent, because if they are placed on the edge or at the center of the network, their possibility to impact the whole system change consequently. Of course, these insights help us also to draw some conclusion on some advantages for the use of this approach in decision making. First of all, of course, maps are made and enable this understanding of the emergent systemic effect of territorialization, but also allow this kind of paradigmatic reasoning. What is meant by that? It means that the user projects itself into a level of paradigmatic reasoning. It can explore alternatives, and in some sense, the multi-agent system function as a virtual flight simulator, which enable the expert to test and fail in the virtual environment, learning from failure before making real-world choices. But also, this approach helps decision maker to test alternative solutions and, of course, analyze the results obtained from the what-if scenarios. This means that new hypotheses can be formulated, and this help to enable a sort of adaptive decision making. And finally, it is really useful to explore and test process and cases which are impossible to directly manipulate in the environment. For instance, you can think about worst case scenarios, disaster scenarios, which are some economic, logistic implication and safety implication that cannot be studied in the real world. We find also some limitation of application of multi-agent system in decision making. Indeed, there are some difficulties in establishing a direct connection between the results obtained from the multi-agent analysis and the traditional technical design requirement, regulatory framework. There are challenges in aligning these two way of operating in our space, urban space, for instance. And this also highlight the needs for this multidisciplinary teams working with mass, because the integration of multi-agent system into actual planning process depends on this collaboration, coordination among different experts, different expertise from various fields, and also decision makers need to be thought about that, in the sense that they need to develop some technical skills and to interpret the outputs and utilize the outputs. Finally, what are the overall implications of applying a multi-agent system of urban governance, space and planning, drawing from our analysis? First of all, for sure, mass can contribute to a more complete and accurate understanding of the territory, resulting in a more effective governance by considering this interaction between individual, organization, and systems. Policymakers can develop these holistic and comprehensive strategies that promote sustainability and resilience. Indeed, this mass can be seen as a test bed for planning, so they can simulate and predict different planning scenarios, try to assess potential outcome of different policies. But also, we cannot overlook the fact that this approach is crucial for fostering an innovative perspective on spatial planning, because, as I told, it influences how spatial planning is really conceptualized and implemented. But and finally, we can say that really multi-agent systems are not only useful to address specific technical operational issues, but really assist decision making in building what we call informed visions, in sense that it teaches decision makers to ask the right question and understand the right behind them, before to try to find some answer to that question. So this process empowers decision makers to develop this new solution that are dynamic, flexible, and can be really modified, adapting to the evolving circumstances and the nature of the city. So in conclusion, we can say that the adoption of multi-agent system in spatial planning and urban governance enable a more comprehensive understanding of the territory, facilitates an informed decision making, and fosters innovation. These implications demonstrate that the study, application, and understanding of multi-agent system in spatial planning and urban governance contribute to the cultural advancement and revitalization of the discipline. That I need to stress that it's really needed. And furthermore, it guides policy making towards strategic perspective, leading to more forward thinking and effective policies. That's all for now. And if you have questions, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, David, for your presentation. The idea of mapping these multi-agent systems, mapping reality in these multi-agent systems is, of course, very appealing, because, as you said, it could add many possibilities to understand the way things work. But my question is, if the limitations which you mentioned, they're not actually too big to do it. For instance, you have the issue of data. Where exactly are you going to get all these data that you need to even approach the multiple systems in terms of memory, identity, and so on. But then also the issue of how you create a good enough model for that. How do you know it's good enough? How can you convince a decision maker that the system works, whatever that means? And also, in a way, that people at least sort of understand how it works, so that they actually understand what are the implications of using it and making decisions based on that system. So, my question is whether we should be looking more at these challenges before we can actually claim that this will work and that it will be valuable, which of course we understand the deal, but maybe the challenges are still too strong, and maybe we're still in a state where we actually need to look at them more closely and work on them before we can get to that point.
Okay, I can, of course, it is an open issue, but I can share with you my vision about that. My point is that, first of all, every method has some flaw in the sense that cannot be cannot address full the problem, and there are some drawback and some limitation. And I think that at this moment we are really aware of what are the pros and cons to use the multi-agent system in spatial planning, in the sense that from my point of view, if they are able to capture the 80% of the behavior of the system is enough, and it's a step forward from the status quo. That's, for me, is enough. From my position is that, of course, we need to work in the merit of the problem, of the model, and also of the tool we can use there. A lot of that. But the point is that we have also, at the same time, we need to work on a sort of understanding of people which came from the urban planning field, which are not trained with that tool. And my point is that we don't need some model that could really predict what will happen. We need model that will help them to train them, in the sense that if the model predicts something, and then the community, people, and decision maker become aware of that problem, but which can be, for instance, some disaster occurring in the future on other aspects, and practically they reflect on what they have learned with the model, they can change their behavior in reality. So the model become a tool to train people in reality, so that they can change their reality. And we don't need a perfect model which can predict what the future will be. We need a model that should fail, in the sense that if we predict a disaster in 20 years from now, due to the climate change, and then the model failed, we are all happy about that. So the point is that we need some model that to wake the conscious about that problem, and to impact on decision maker, policy maker, and other experts, but also politicians, for instance. That would be fair from my point of view.
I have a question too. I'm very interested, in this system, and the very interesting one is how many scenarios you can run. A lot of scenarios you can run to detect what kind of consequences you can have in some decisions. And do you think it is a good use of this tool?
I must say that something about sort of premises for that work. The point is that we came to this work because we developed some, not a lot of case studies with multi-agent system, but then we understand that they are really focused on a case-based application, and different field using these tools really do not share high-level meta-model understanding of how these tools are really can improve in a sort of holistic way the knowledge of scientific knowledge, and in the sense that every field, economic field, disaster management field, biological field, that try to go in deep into the use of this approach, Of course, with multidisciplinary team, which came from computer scientists, that would need their help to develop this kind of models. But still, after having developed the model with a lot of case scenarios, of course, in some sense they are satisfied. There is a meta model issue that relates on how this, in some sense, this paradigm created by this approach could, in a sort of transscalar and transversal perspective, be helpful behind to breaking the silos behind the each scientific field closed environment. That could be nice. I mean, it's an exploration about that. Nothing more than that.
Yes, it's fascinating. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Now Rossella focuses on the topic of the decision, condition of uncertainty and unknowledge.
Please give me the file
the
with the
result and the consequent repression
PowerPoint
of an
file.
experiment that has been carried out with
Excuse me?
students of
Okay,
the
that's okay.
territorial planning course of the Polytechnic of Paris for 2 years. They answered the question regarding the reactions to an extreme event in their city.
Okay, it is the presentation mode. Okay. So thank you for this introduction. Good morning to everybody. I'm glad to be here and present this advancement of this work. It is a path work that started with an intuition by Giovanni Rabino, and then we put this on about what could we do managing the uncertainty and the unknown. Of course, the uncertainty, it is a very classical topic in literature. And there is a lot of work about the decision making under deep uncertainty too. We were interested in exploring what about the non-knowledge. So how can we aware of what we don't know, and how could we manage it? And we always are on taking decision for our lives, and as a planner, so we support with our knowledge the decision makers, and so we have to define models, strategies, and choices for environment and so on. And this is a huge matter, what we don't know. So we can assist now at the consequences of what happened after the choices that the model of the all-comprehensive rationality of the 60s gave us. And we have a lot of pollution, a lot of territorial consumption, and so on. Well, but how could we define unknown? Well, it is difficult. There are different nuances of uncertainty, and there are different nuances of unknown. We had a schema that describes this citation, this quote. Well, there are things that we know. Then there are things that we know that we don't know. But at the same time, in our contemporaneity, there are things that we don't know. So it is a challenging matter. as I said, the unawareness of non-knowledge can lead to disruptive decisions and could put us in a situation that our choices are in a line of no return. It could happen this. So it is important monitoring, mitigating, and having choices that are flexible too. And the other point is to know the intention that are under our decisions or decisions in general. So we started to hypothesize that we act even though we don't know things, even though we don't know things about the concept of belief and the concept of illusion or knowing. These are the pillars often where we lay on when we are taking some decisions. And we had an exploration about how human judgment behave during a decision action. And we can say that it seems that humans tend to overestimate the probability that events goes on personal return, positive personal return, and underestimate the probability of a negative return. And this is about a kind of blind optimism. In fact, there is literature about the depressive realism, because it seems that the depressed person is more careful, let's say this way. And so we tried to explore how adaptive and resilient could be this trait of a safe optimism, because of course it is necessary to take decisions, to take a kind of projectuality in our life and in our actions, even under uncertainty and being consciousness of our ignorance. Well, here I have one example about a local unexpected event, of course, in the time, because in the 60s, there was this kind of political decision to put in Taranto. This is Taranto, a city in the south of Italy, that was chosen to have an industrial pole about the production of iron. This was a choice about having work for people, contrast poverty. It was a disaster because we know today that this gave the total compromising situation of this territory. And Taranto was a Greek colony with thousands of history of years of story. And this was an image of Taranto when it was free from this industrial pole that caused a lot of pollution. Sorry. Well, other unexpected events we dealt with in these last years are the climate change, a global unexpected events. Scientists try to get the warning, to give the warning to people about the risks of this kind of behavior on the large scale. And they were not considered. The same maybe happened to the SARS-CoV-19 outbreak, because maybe there was in the air some scientific literature was talking about this kind of problem with viruses getting out of their natural environment. And then the other thing that happen and maybe could be expected, maybe avoided. It is the outbreak of the war in Ukraine, and that is not far from here, and we were all touched in some sense from this event. So we started from this last event for having a experimentation with the students of the planning program at Politecnico of Bari, and for 2 years we gave them a questionnaire to answer about what did they think about the war if it was in their territory. So what could happen? What could they could imagine in being in that scenario? Then this was the instruction form, and then we had three batteries of 3 sets of questions about economic consequences, social consequences, and environmental consequences. And then we started to reflect about this. The answers we get now in this moment. Well, we have to say this. It was not a great sample, but we started to have some reflections about that. It was even something about the not knowing what is happening in our same present. Our reference in this case was the philosopher Gambrecht that talked about the white present and our illusion of knowing everything around us, but we, in effect, we don't know what it is happening in the same moment because, we were here with a natural peaceful dawn, and in Ukraine was starting the war. So this is the emotional wave we proposed to the students for their answers. And then we choose to have, in the first year, we had only 7 people. The answer were 8, but just 7 were valid. And then in the second year, with 64 answers, we took 7 to have a kind of symmetry between the 2 years. But we have to say this, that in the first year, the people were all from Taranto. And then in the second year, they were all from all the Apulia region. In the second year, the responses were given on the emotional surprise, and in the second year, of course, sometimes was passed on. So there was a different approach to the to this thing that was known, but in effect, the unknown consequences are still on the air. Well, we could read this, that the attention from the people from Taranto, even in a war scenario, were always on the problems that already do exist in Taranto. Like if this perspective was not considerable, let's say. And in the second year, we saw that the answers were more articulated because maybe the information of a newspaper and so on. So there was a different approach to the matter of wars. And what we deduced was this, that the people that answered was not touched by the risk of not survival to the war. And this scenario was not considered really possible. So they were always, even though they tried to figure out something about what could happen, they never, in their writings, we can read that they were never worried, really worried. It is something about what happened with the climate change. For a long, long time, nobody was really worried, apparently, about what was happening. Now we are getting the results. And then there was the habituation to the matter of the war. So it was something that was perceived not possible. And this is the point in some sense. We think we will go over to have a different sample, maybe different answers and different questions too, to get the point of being in an unknown scenario. And it is, we use the ontological approach to manage knowledge in our research path. And the attempt is to use it even in a negative form, about trying to draw what could be unknown. And the other point is that, of course, we reached this sensation that where there is an atavistic familiarity with risk, it is like people don't feel the risk anymore. And this is all we will get over in exploring knowledge. This is just a part of this research path about knowledge. We already explored it in other publication, and this was just to share this little step with you. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Questions, doubts, and curiosity and doubts. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
And my question is, if you plan to do a questionnaire about the climate change, because I'm a little bit curious to review the comparison between the climate change, the COVID-19, and the war, because I think that the are all unexpected events, but the characteristic is different because the climate change is on a long time, and the other has been in a real small time. So I think that
yes, it's a good point. Yes, it could be interesting to do this. We could hypothesize this. Think this. We already had questionnaires about the COVID, about the feeling, about being inside houses, about not going to the university, and about how habits changed, and how, and if habits were back to the normality, let's say. Of course, this is our under analysis, and it is a good point. It could be interesting to ask this and to elicit some intuition and insights from this. Thank you. There's yes, it is go on.
Just a quick question. The survey, you did that with students. So what about the bias of only asking students? And the next question is, I still don't really get it about the link between your results and potential spatial planning in the future. If you can develop a bit.
Yeah. I didn't get the first question.
The bias of only asking students.
Yeah, we know it is a very small sample, and we, in our paper, we pointed that these are students and so on. This is just a student sample, of course. It could be interesting to open this to a different platea, of people, of course. It was just working with people that is with us, and to suggest, even in an educational way, the point of making some questions. Okay, but it is would be nice to run this questionnaire to larger sample of people, of course. Then how it links with the planning? Well, it links because it is about understanding the position of being aware of not know, and so it is a kind of position of making decision with a different sharp force, let's say. There are two levels. This is one. So, for example, there is the society of decision making under deep uncertainty that works with methodologies about iterative planning, adaptive planning, robust decision, and so on. So this is a line of work. And then it is useful from the side of trying to be in empathy with agents, with people, and trying to understand what could be behaviors and feelings about situations. That's it. Thank you.
Rosella, it is clear that it's at the early stage, just probably a pilot study, but my question is, have you thought about the way to formalize this kind of processes?
Yes, thank you. Well, how I gave just a brief approach here about the ontological applied method to manage knowledge and the difficulties to figure out how to manage no knowledge. But maybe the point is manage the knowledge you don't know makes a system and makes arise something new. So this is the point. We imagine this system to populate with the knowledge managed with ontological applied with the ontological applied knowledge in some sense with some neural form for eliciting knowledge. And the other point is imagination, because you should not forget that you could reason in absurd, like in mathematics, just to be ready to something that you never to think about. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rossella.
There's another question.
Great presentation. It was really interesting. You mentioned that sometimes people might be blindly optimistic in making some decisions. So I just want to ask if that might mean that sometimes we should stick to the worst scenario that we could imagine in some analysis, for example, urban planning.
Yes. In fact, when we build scenarios with backchain mirrors and other techniques, we start from desired futures to then go back in choices to reach that desired future. But the point is, we should. It's not maybe happy, but be ready to think that could be a worst scenario to avoid. And what could you do to avoid that scenario? So yes, it is useful as a point. We of course, in the paper we talked about this, and it is a very interesting point, and it is the effort of this line of reasoning about the unexpected that should be intended as a neutral happening, and you should work around it in this way. Thank you. So, maybe we can skip to the other. Thank you.
No, we have Rishi.
The second. We'd rather go with PDF. Is that
Talking
okay?
about work that takes in account the phenomenon of the population of the inland areas in Italy. And the study is composed of a first analysis of SWOT, and then is analyzed with the logical framework metrics. And this is closely in line with the new urban agenda that is a part of larger work. And she describes us something about this collaborative design.
Planning. Science planning.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the paper presented in ICCSA named the title was Strategic Development Scenarios in Inner Areas, Logical Framework Approach Preparing Collaborative Design. The structure of this presentation includes an introduction about inner areas in Italy, the methodology with the logical framework approach and the use of geodesign, the studies areas that are inner areas in Basilicata region, the results, and the conclusion with the future development. The following presentation illustrates two proposals for an integrated strategy to increase the resilience of the inner areas in Basilicata region. Inner areas are indicated in green on the map of the 2014-2020 programming cycle, and are areas away from the poles as main service provides that are in red. The strategy of these areas is based on several pillars. First, the need to network small municipalities in order to strengthen the inner municipalities system. On the other hand, the need to develop effective integration covering all the main system of the strategic design. The methodological approach of the research is based on a logical ordering procedure that goes through the steps of questioning, the first of question and actively involved parties, the stakeholders that are in the areas. The basic queries are organized in the form of a hierarchical problem structure, problem tree, and objective tree, in order to identify a program structure linking investment, actions, and results. Then the logical framework approach methodology was integrated with the geodesign because the combination of this approach is considered successful and has the potential for the extensive application as a key component for the inner areas. The synthesis phase involves the construction of a log frame matrix. You can see an example on the right, in which general objectives, specific objectives, results, action indicators, means of verification are compared. In this strategy approaches, the sustainable development goals are also emphasized in the new urban agenda, were taken into account because to ensure a sustainable development strategies and multi-sectoral planning. The areas are in Basilicata regions and are linked with two different projects. The Mitico project in the center north of the region and the Riprovare project in the southwest. The study area of Mitico project considers the inland area of Basilicata region between the city of Potenza and Matera, and between the Basento and Bradano valleys. In particular, it focuses on 4 municipalities that are Albano di Lucania, Campomaggiore, Castelmezzano, and Pietrapertosa. In the first instance, a spatial analysis carried out about woodland areas, land use capacity, and special protection areas, as well as a demographic analysis. In 70 years, these municipalities had lost half of its residents, that are 4,000 of inhabitants. The SWOT analysis make it possible to identify strengths to be exploited and enhanced, weaknesses with on which to focus on recovery activities, threats to be understood and fought against with target actions, and finally the opportunities to be captured and cultivated. The study area, in the study area, we make a GeoSWOT that show the weaknesses of the area under examination. It's linked with the structural problem categories common to every inner areas of Italy. Then we make this. We use this other technique, the problem tree and the objective tree. The problem tree illustrates the critical issues placed in connection upon the basis of the cause-effect relations. Structure according to a hierarchy that makes it possible to identify the specific fields on which to act. From the analysis carried out, it emerges that the decline and the lack of territorial valorization represent the central problem. Then we make this logical framework matrix of the Mitico area. The proposal outlined in the logical framework matrix aim to emphasize the effectiveness and the efficiency of principle and clarify the coherence and relevance of choices. We can see the overall objective, the specific objective, the results, and the indicators. The first objective is territorial recovery enhancement is exploitation of structural agricultural and forestry heritage. The second case study is located in the southwest of Basilicata region and include 6 municipalities that are classified as peripheral and peripheral according to the national strategy for inland areas. Again, the problem and objective 3 were implemented on 5 different topics that are linked with inner areas main problems: the quality of life, economic activities, employment, protection, enhancement of the natural heritage risks, cultural heritage identity, hospitality. Then we make this analytic hierarchy. We use this analytic hierarchy process method to give an order to the objectives, and so that we make a priority list for the future realization. We integrated this approach with the geodesign workshop. A simplified geodesign approach was used in this area, and the activities were supported by Geodesign Hub. The geodesign methodology is based on the constructive interaction of working groups, which individually develop the plan and second arrive at a synthesis. There is a preliminary phase in which the research group collect a number of thematic maps. You can see there that in this map in the right. This map are about agriculture, natural heritage, infrastructure, and mobility. On the second day, the 2 groups participants select a set of project proposal in order to build a shared scenario, which was evaluated to find out the impacts generated by the transformation in the 7th system. Afterwards, the 2 groups were asked to negotiate the scenarios until a single strategic development scenario shared by all participants was reached. And in this case, we make a log from matrix that was bigger than the first, and followed by representation through diagrams and master plans. You can see this single master plan with system service or tourist system. And this, you can see the single, all the municipalities, the path, the touristic path, the naturalistic way, the critical point to in the principal road, and the rent system of bicycle. In conclusion, the log frame matrix and the master plan are the summary of the strategy. These guidelines are delivered to the administrator of these 2 areas. The methodological framework approach integrated with geodesign has been successfully applied in inner areas and directly involves local stakeholders. The geodesign outcomes within the logical framework matrix was fundamental to guide the research team in the definition of the strategy. The strategy suggested area cannot avoid 2 basic conditions for us. The promotion of new governance forms based on the associated management of some essential function, such as school, the setting up of a shared process of the area local development in the average long term with a vision to be pushed throughout policy intervention that should be implemented to achieve the objective assumed. Thanks for your attention.
Okay, Sheila, done with you, and any questions? Suggestions, reflections?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
And just want to know the feedback from the administration that in your presentation you mentioned.
The strategy, the workshop in the municipalities is the hard part of the entire strategy because we involve the single administration, but also the stakeholders that live there and the schools. For the administrator, they were very enthusiastic with this project, and in particular in the Medio Agri area, there is a union of municipalities, and now they promote the pilot area for the programming cycle 2021 and 2027. So this project involve the administrators, and now they have an important role for the citizens of this area.
Any other questions?
We do have a good interaction with the people.
Yes, because for us it was very important have the feedback and problems that are in the area, because it's not easy understand, especially if we come from the city, what are the problems. The problems that we think there are in the inner areas are not the same that they think. So it's important to understand what are the main problems, if they are high problems that the citizen of this area didn't know. Speak with these people, give the opportunity to make a strategy that is really important. It's really for the territory. Thank you. Thank you for the questions.
Now we are at the last presentation.
Yes,
At last presentation that again faces disaster risk reduction and the way to enhance territorial community resilience. It recognizes that successful management strategies and implementation capacities and different governance on levels, relying on the experience gained from the province of Potenza to build up an institutional governance that takes into account different disciplines and several stakeholders. Thank you.
And which one was it?
This one.
Okay. Perfect. And we will share. Here we go. The floor is yours.
Good morning to everybody. Sorry for the delay, but perfect. On another point of view, yes, of course, it is a resilience matter, of course. The intervention of today is the description of the experience of the province of Potenza in in drafting and implementing a path for the implementation of international agendas at local level, in particular for enhancing territorial and community resilience. The action are all based and capitalized in an hub, officially recognized hub by the United Nations, that is a point of collaboration with the stakeholder, in particular, for example, the University of Basilicata, in order to implement make better this strategy. I'm a technical officer of the province of Potenza, and normally I dealing with territorial planning, urban planning, and resilience, territorial resilience, of course. Okay. First of all, I want to provide you a picture of the terrible state of the disaster all over the world. Just giving you some numbers, some data, really negative, terrific for the last decade. In particular, when we think of the disaster of the last decade, we can talk about we have to talk about 100 deaths for people, more than 1 million of people injured, tens of millions of people homeless, so with a lot of problem also to restart after the disaster. And talking about economic losses, we thinking at the whole decade of trillion of dollars lost for disaster. We have to think that these disasters are also the basis of a lot of other crises. For example, the Mediterranean crisis is pushed by disaster. The same things in a lot of least developed countries, for example, in Asia, that have faced in the last year the earthquake, tsunami, and we have talking about some data, but we have to consider that we don't have a lot of official data set about the economic losses that as a cascading effect of the disaster, the long-term problems for this country, for all the world in the last decade. In the we have in particular to observe all the problematic related to human action that instead of put importance in renovated governance for disaster risk reduction is make always worse the situation, and we all can see the several disasters, the loss of disasters due to effects of climate change. But what is the response and the answer at global level? At the legal framework realized in the world to provide solution, try to find solution to this situation. The most important is the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction that was adopted in 2015 in Sendai, that is near Fukushima. Everybody know the importance, the symbolic importance of the venue of this framework. The framework that is always in review. The last year in Bali, we have the official first review, put in particular for priority, because the framework stresses for things that are really important in our challenge against disaster and climate change disaster. the first of all is the understanding of disaster. We have to collect lots of data that now are important also in terms of cascading effects and in terms of social components that are particularly stressed by the effects of this disaster. The second, that is the priority on which the province of Potenza experiences particular based, that is a better governance. It is the moment to rethink our governance in the process of disaster risk reduction. The third is the investment. It is important, of course, to invest because I've shown just some data of the economic losses that we have. And so just thinking about this, it is important. It is, you can understand the importance of the for the third priority, and of course, to build back better after disaster it's important to understand the critical point, the critical use, and work in particular on this, restarting in a different way, also in the light of the sustainable development goals. And he fixed also 7 objectives that are regarding the attempts to reduce the deaths, injured people, of course, and a propositive other objective, local and national strategies for disaster risk reduction, collaboration with least developed countries in particular. And the objective of the local strategies is the one which is part based the action of the province of Potenza. When we talk about our region, we have a very low density. With regard of the province of Potenza, we have this province with 100 municipalities that are very small size municipality. We talk about 80 of these municipalities that are less than 1,000 residents, but faced disaster as well as more great territory but with less prepared to this. And so in this, the province of Potenza put in place this activity of coordination for them regarding the disaster. In particular, the province of Potenza is characterized by earthquake. Of course, that is the major disaster, but also landslides, in particular, and for forest fires that are increasing due to the climate change and in part floods. And other risk, soil saline, soil consumption, because for not good planning of the territory that the province of Potenza with this strategy in part is trying and is correcting. Now talking about our strategy and in particular our process in the process of the province of Potenza in the DRR and DRM disaster risk management cycle started in 2004. The first step was create a try to manage the emergency, in particular taking in mind for the great earthquake that 20 years in 1980 struck the Basilicata, and that changed the attitude regarding this event. And so the province of Potenza starts first of all with managing emergency, but it started in particular thinking that it's important to plan, to have good plan. Yes, of course, they put in place some potential sector to manage the disaster, the emergency in peace and in disaster time. And so drafting the structure that in part is represented by the Italian law in civil protection. But the province of Potenza for the time goes on, went on because he started to investigate the territory, because the idea, the strategic idea of the time that is now at the basis of the strategy is the prevention in particular of the risks. And so started to analyze the territory, also by another point of view, also by a social point of view, understanding the stakeholder involved in the process, and of course also the community represented by their leader that are really important in to be involved in this process in order to have a really strong, a really effective process, an effective DRM structure. And so we have this passage from some tools, some policies for the emergency, trying to prevent risks. We pass it to a strategy called We Resilient, that want to assure for the territorial potential, territorial safety, but also with sustainable development and climate change. The idea was and is this, to try to implement the agenda at local level, follow with the quote, think globally but act locally if you want to change the things, if you want really a safety and sustainable developed territory. Another strategic milestone in this path of the province potential was represented by the province approving its structure planning tool, that is the Provincial Territorial Coordination Plan, adopted in 2013, that started with an idea in particular, the idea to help the 100 municipality with the province of Potenza is putting in place a continuous networking and supporting activities, help her in introduction in their urban planning elements that are current with the objective of the Sendai framework and with the Agenda 2030 objectives, helping the technicians that draft this urban tool in planning in a proper way for the territory, also providing them the experience of the province of Potenza at national and international level. The process of adoption of this tool is reflects all the strategies, because it follow two ways in particular, and legal one with involvement of all the institutional stakeholder in two direction. The one support and help the municipality to manage to put in place a proper urban planning in the light of the international framework, but also in sharing and networking and a platform with all the institutional key stakeholder of the territory, because also in this activity of stakeholder engagement, you can are sure that your ideas, your projects, your policy really are really implemented and continuous reviewed, followed up, and made better for the territory. And the second one is also a channel of also more subsidiary activity with the municipality. The province of Potenza, also for drafting and implementation of the provincial master plan, have had a path with all the communities of the territory, creating a platform, creating a community-led process. And the idea is also to help all its municipality in provide the same path on their territory, and not only this the province of Potenza asked them in downscaling this kind of holistic and multi-stakeholder approach, but help them also in sharing with them best practice that the province of Potenza have thanks to its international network in WOMIS. It is part, and the networking activities at international level have a point, a basis in particular that is represented by a urban campaign of the United Nations, Making City Resilient, that was signed up by the province of Potenza 8 years ago, and that provide up the province of Potenza in have a structured governance in terms of DRM, because the campaign provide lots of key points at the basis to which you have to look your territory, and that are really important and strategic points to provide better governance for the territory. And the province of Potenza successful in an activity of helping all its municipality in be part of the campaign, helping so that to be part of this international network in the province of Potenza for this activity as awarded by United Nations for the inclusive religion put in place on the territory, but in particular that realized a great goal for the territory, because this network means a lot of change of experience for all our municipality, action of capacity building for the technicians, that really facing with the local DRM process, and for the community put in place a lot of awareness campaign in order to let every single citizen know about the risk, because we recently go to the second forum on adaptation mission, and we talk about 3 points in particular. We have to provide capacity building and risk awareness for the people. We have to provide mechanism for a good response in case of emergency, and we have to provide in particular a better governance and a better urban and territorial planning in order to face. In that case, we told about the climate change disaster, but we can say this for all the disaster. Another point of this process is also trying to involve the private sector, because of course thinking about the priority of the SEDAI framework, we have also to invest, and the private sector is to be involved, because it is one of the more struck by the disaster and economic losses of the disaster. And the province of Potenza, thanks to this networking, is putting in place also an activity of mentoring with other cities of the UN network, of this Making City Resilient campaign network, helping these cities to understanding the situation of risk on their the structure of risk on their territory, help them to have a similar multi-stakeholder and holistic path on their territory, in order to help them in realized local resilience strategy for the territory. We are putting in place a sort of pilot action in partnership with this Office of United Nations in organizing this event a few months ago. We asked some people from central Bosnia. We signed a memorandum of understanding in order to help mutually in the DRR process at local level. And thanks to these activities, last year in Bali for the first review of the Sendai framework, the province of Potenza became a resilience hub that have this idea to provide venue to influence, to really influence the local territorial policy for reaching the goal of effective strategies for facing disaster, for disaster risk reduction and for disaster risk management, to strengthen the citizen-led activities in order to have continuous review of the strategy and provide a really a better governance for the territory that also only involving these communities, the stakeholders, but also the communities. You are sure that you can reach results because it is important that the people that are the final actor of these policies can share this policy, can understand this policy, and be part of this, and help also the province to recalibrate the strategy in order to really reach not only the goal of facing disaster, but also to have a sustainable development on the provincial territory. And of course, as hub, we have the venue in which we and the put together all the stakeholders, also divided in the thematic field, in order to pull together in understanding the problem and find the solution in the sustainable development and in disaster risk reduction. And we have a lot of we are putting in place a lot of collaboration, because the idea is this, for example, to we have a memorandum of understanding also with the University of Basilicata, that it is our technical support in trying to help the territory to find the proper solutions to the critical issues related now in particular to disaster due to climate change, but also to help in harmonic and sustainable development our municipalities that are so small and face a lot of difficulty also in the ordinary work about the territory. And the idea for the future is to go on with this activity and to success in this, find the problem, share the problem with community, with stakeholder, and find with all the platform, our stakeholder and community, find solution and provide this better governance for our territory. This is the experience. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And
please.
Good morning, Dr. Maldone, and thank you to be here, because I think it's really important that also the administrative side of
yes, because the implementation is
key point.
Unfortunately.
And from my point of view, having you there is helpful for both sides, and it's an action of resilience in some sense.
Yes.
Okay, so that is the premise. I have a lot of questions. But first of all, I'm really fascinated of this kind of structured approach. But my feeling is that the supportive or cooperative channels, which you present as the number 2 of, I don't know if it was a sort of task or objective, it's actually the first one. I don't know. it's not really a question of a methodological question. The point is that if I go to some consideration that I can share with you, like disaster are the new normal, emergency is the normality nowadays. There are a lot of interference between all this, all the level you present, technical one. You present a slide where there was a lot of steps you made, and you mentioned multi-risk. Somehow it's becoming more important because of cascading effects. And you mentioned we resilient, and my thought is how do you measure resilience? The point is that at the end of the day, your work with community engagement, but forming the community becomes the end of this work, in the sense that my feeling is that now as a community of experts and practitioners and administration should be aware of a false myth that applying some sort of structural way of approaching problem to try to find solution may actually bring to some solution. The point is not the end, but it is the path we are making. And the path is developing communities that are more aware and more sensitive, more ready, more connected, more redundant, more resistant, more flexible, more innovative, and a lot of other things. That let me think that at the end, where is the boundary between resilience and sustainability and sustainable development? To be honest, you talk about build back better, but it's a step forward towards the point that resilience asks us to watch, to look at the future and not at the past. So sustainable development goals are really the same.
Yes, but now the national, international agenda now interact. Now is clear at an international level that the more important the free agenda, but all the international agenda work together, because of course we talk always of harmonic sustainable development, and when we start before the interact of the agendas, we start taking in mind that resilience is an aspect of sustainable development, and was really and is really in connection with the climate change agreement. So we started with this idea when we put in place and drafting our strategy. Now it's clear at international level, and we have objectives that are linked. So, but the strategy born in this way, thinking that resilience, contrasting climate change, sustainable development are the same challenge. And so,
yes, just to get to the point.
I would like to add something, just also to connect the point without some specific aspects. I agree with you. At the end of the story, which will be the final picture, we don't know, probably we don't care. Because in the process, there are the opportunity to improve. As Rosalia said, we administer the governance model to produce information, to share information with local communities. What I really think is important is the fact that in the south of Italy, the province of Potenza, in Basilicata region, so we are not really in the south of the world, is one of the resilient south of the United Nations, even at that year. There are 10 resilient south in the world. No? So they have the opportunity to demonstrate how, since they produce a spatial plan, the provincial coordination master plan that they realized sometimes, through this tool, through a planning tool, they start the process at international level that qualify this tool as a tool in order to downscale the general objective of resilience, sustainable development, and so on. What I hope is that at the end of the story, it's not important to become the most sustainable province of Europe or the world, something like that, but probably we will leave a results in terms of better governance, better decision making, better services provided, better solution for citizens who live in this territory. And the fact that from abroad, the province of Potenza becomes a model, and from Slovenia, from Africa,
Yes, Mauritania.
they already hosted a delegation from many countries around the world. They come in Potenza to learn about their model, to learn about their process. And the fact that they connected civil society, university, business, private sector, and all the stakeholders at regional level is a trend. Is a trend on which we have to build this.
My point was just to summarize that this is not a mean to reach an end, but this is the end of the process. It's a sort of paradox, but the point is that forming people which work in the administration, forming the community, training them, could be seen as an end. In fact, it happens that when people change in the office, totally change, and some part of knowledge or capacity is lost.
But we also are trying, we're trying to put in place an activity of capacity building for the technicians, because mayors, of course, change, but the technicians are the same. And we put in place this capacity building, and we put in place also raising awareness campaign for community. For example, we have an activity because with the students concealer, that is an entity of the province of Potenza, in order to involve in the process, first of all, to understanding the critical uses by the student of the high school of the province of Potenza, because the province of Potenza is also in duty of the high school buildings. And so the idea is to involve that, but to involve children. We have provided, for example, biodiversity laboratories for labs for children, because we know very well the importance of ecological system for facing a solution for disaster risk reduction. It is important to let children understand this important and help their families to be involved in the process. We, at provincial level, put in place all this campaign, and we, with the municipality, work for help them in downscaling this process, help them have a similar process with their local communities. Our municipalities, we have a specific memorandum of understanding with some municipalities. At some time, we realize some awareness campaign on the territory. We try, and it is difficult. And the force of the network is this: the network is capable to reach everybody. We do our action, but in particular, our action is a mentoring action. Let other institutional stakeholders, not only the mayors of the municipality, to have a similar process, because the goal is to have a more sustainable, more resilient, etc., etc. It's the same thing, territory.
But my hope is that other cities in the neighborhood, in
We are running out of time. We have to close the session.
Yes, I would suggest
It's
that-
10 past 1 and we cannot go.
Exactly, because why don't you continue this really productive?
Yes, in the lunch. Okay.
So the break
Is
is
it?
3:30. 15. I won't be here. You're here, yeah? Yeah, and I think someone else will come as well. Perfect. Thank you.
climate atmosphere because we have developed, and I just wanted to ask what is the resolution of your climate, that like about the debate about the climate. So this is I wanted to ask.
Everybody, I apologize. We will have to lock the room, so yeah, sorry, you're looking for all. No, we're saying.
Not really.
I'm here.
I asked about the supply of the cinema. I was with. I don't remember the meaning. And you from?
Oh, sorry, I forgot to say that. Yeah.